live of the year, Happy New Year, and also first live, first sprinting for Vampire Academy, the readalong. Am I excited? No, not at all. But yeah, in case you didn't know, wasn't aware, this is one of my all-time favorite books. You know that because I'm hitting it. I don't know why I'm hitting it. Yeah, I read this when it came out, or more or less. Like I found the first book when the second book was already out, and then I remember and then I bought the second book, and then a few months later I had the third book, and then after that I kind of bought them as they came out, and yeah, just I know that Paula hasn't read this series before, so I'm not gonna give spoilers or whatnot, but I'm just gonna say in some books they are quite cliffhangery at the ends of books. Book two isn't there's not a cliffhanger, but it ends on it ends on a big point, like something has happened. And book three, yeah, you're gonna be so happy that you can binge all these books because back in my day, when we had to wait for book four, it was torture, torture. I tell you, well, it wasn't torture, but you know. And yeah, I've how many times have I read Vampire Academy? I'm not, and also I suppose could just I'll double check. Yeah. Um. Yeah. How many times have I read? Because I know I've read it. I have read the whole series. I believe I read the whole series at least twice. But like at least with me, sometimes I reread one book in a series and not the whole series. Because sometimes I kind of start to plan to start to reread the whole series and then things stop, things happen. So I read one book and then I stop for some reason. But yeah, how many times have I read Vampire Academy, the first book? I'm gonna say at least five, I believe. I think around that kind of, yeah. Um, but yeah, I've read this many times, a lot. It's been a little while since I read it last. Maybe the last time was before my booktube days. No, I believe I read it some years ago. No, probably read it during COVID. Could be. I mean, it is a comfort read for me in a way. But yeah, yeah. And yeah, this is also one of the series that kind of the books become longer and longer as further you go into the series. This first one is 301 pages, so not that long really. But yeah. I plan and yeah, I suppose am I gonna stop myself from finishing this before the end of the month? Because I mean we're gonna have sprints throughout the month. And also of course, if you're not reading this, you can still join in and just use this as a productivity reading. You can read whatever. You don't have to read Vampire Academy. You can just read with us, really. You can. But yeah, I'm asking myself, am I gonna like I suppose I could easily end up reading the whole of this book today. Which again, it's because it's so addictive and so good. But again, that's not really a problem with that because I mean you read in your own pace and whatnot. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking forward to get into it anyway. And then yeah, we'll just see how far we get. This it seems to be one of those books, at least with my copy, that where the first page is actually page one. I feel like it's so weird. I feel like a lot of books when you open up and like chapter one and then the page number is 12 or 6 or 75. It's like, what? Shouldn't the first page be the first page? It is kind of weird. I feel in that way. Yeah. Also, happy news. For some of you that might know, I fell on Wednesday on New Year's Eve. And actually fell like backwards, so I hit my head a bit. Oh yeah, I hit my head. My little since oh, I'm not gonna say that joke. But yeah. And then on Wednesday I was fine, but then on Thursday I was kind of feeling it. I was kind of actually feeling kind of an ache or like a weird feeling in my chest. Of course, I googled and like, am I having a heart attack? And then I went to the doctor's on Friday because I just want to check it out. And then turns out, no, when you fall on the ice, it's normal to feel bad or feel a bit off. Some days afterwards, it's fine. And they just said you can take painkillers, but also it will go away after a few days. Friday, I was still hurting a bit. Yesterday, still a bit bad. Today, I, I feel fine. I feel good. And yeah, so nice. I suppose with me, sometimes, but I suppose also I was kind of thinking, should I go to doctors or not? Because when I Google and I think in a way, all of sickness kind of says that if you have this and this and this symptom, and with me, I often have one symptom, like I might often, well, sometimes I might be tired, I might have a bit of a headache, I might, I might have like something, but usually I don't really have several of the things. And so I thought, I don't know, should I go to doctors or not? So I actually call doctors, call people. Yes, I did that. And I asked, should I like go to doctors or not? And I just told her about my symptoms or the symptom, and also told her about the woman in the phone doctor's office about my fall. And she said, no, give you time to come here. And then yeah, so I showed up. I had to wait a bit for a doctor. Came in, talked to him for 8 minutes. He didn't check on my chest or anything. He just said, no, no, it's probably just your fall. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. So yeah, but of course, I still had to pay for doctors, and I feel it's kind of fun how I feel like you often talk about how in Norway the doctors is free or the doctors you pay nothing and blah blah blah. I suppose depending on who you ask and whatnot, but I mean you do still pay a bit for the doctors. It's not like a whole arm, but you still pay a bit. And with my economy, which is not the best, it kind of like when I paid the bill, I was like, oh, that's the price. Well, I mean, I can't not pay it, but yeah. So I suppose in a way, I'm kind of regretting, kind of like maybe we should just don't go to a doctor and just wait it out. But I suppose, yeah. With me, like, I'm kind of lucky in a way that I usually don't really get sick. I don't really fall or whatnot. I've actually never been at the hospital, like, over several days. I've taken some tests. Who hasn't? But I've never been at the hospital overnight. So I feel like when something happens to me, when some pain happens, or like some feeling happens that don't normally happen, I'm like, am I gonna die? Well, I suppose I didn't really feel that, but I was like, maybe I should go to doctors. Was thinking about it, and yeah, I suppose also it doesn't help that Grey's Anatomy is something I've watched many years, also private practice and whatnot. You kind of get scared with all this series with all the hospital based, but yeah. So yeah, that's nice. Also already have had breakfast today. Have you had breakfast in a decent time? Yes, I have. I have a cup of tea waiting for me that I'm gonna start when the first sprint starts. But yeah, that is that really. So yeah, yeah, and I suppose you know what? Let's just start the first sprint. And if you join during the sprint, just tell me, are you reading Vampire Academy? Are you doing it in audio? Are you doing it physical? Not that it matters, but I'm curious. Curious minds. Are you doing a reread? Have you read it before? Have you read it for a long time ago? Or you read it recently? Have you seen the movie? Or have you seen the TV series? Or are you going into it completely blind? And oh yeah. So it's yeah, I kind of want to um uh a little fun fact. So this is not the first covers, as most books they have several covers. The first covers is actually give me a moment. What? almost fell. Okay. Yeah. So the first cover is actually more akin to these, which is my Spanish copy of Vampire Academy. Yes, I have a Spanish copy. I did try to read this some years ago, and then I was scared. I might try it again. As I said, I might try it again, maybe. But yeah, the first covers of the English ones were these and not these. And like, I mean, you bought them because they were the covers, but I never really liked these covers that much. So one time I took all of my these covers and gave them away to a bookish friend, and then yeah, bought these new ones instead. Because yeah, I will not buy a book just because of a cover, but if a book I love has a bad cover and then they have different covers, I will change it. So yeah, these are the covers that I prefer, I would say. I'm not quite sure how many covers this series has had. Like some books have a lot of series, a lot of covers. Yeah. Okay. Yes. You know what? And also, yeah, yeah. So the sorry, I was about to say let's sprint, but I mean, you read the chat before you sprint. You don't go straight into sprint. I suppose you could do that, but yeah, let's read the chat. I have had the chat up just to be sure that people can hear me. Because that happened once that I I was on mute like that. Yeah, I think I was on mute. So that was fun. And yeah, we have Paula saying hi. Looking forward to starting it today. And being happy that I'm fine again, that my chest is all good. It's all good. And then when dropped by, saying morning, morning to when. Paula is not even up, going to get up in the first sprint. Yeah, I mean, you're only an hour behind me, so I do get that. And it's also a Wednesday, sorry. It's also a Sunday, so I mean, you kind of want to just be in your bed longer, really. I mean, I did schedule this sprint on Wednesday because I thought, well, I did like, yeah, schedule it and like put it, yeah, you know. And then, yes, I had afterwards. I didn't really think about when I started the sprint, and I checked today, like, oh, I'm starting at 10, and I actually woke up at 9 my time. So I've been quick to get out of bed and whatnot. I had to jump in the shower, but yeah. But yeah. Anywho, what was my thinking? Yeah, I suppose I could have started this sprint later because it's Sunday. I didn't, but yeah. Also, if you nap during sprints or join later on, it's fine. It's fine. And then Paula says hi when, and then when ask how up is Paula. When buys books just because of covers. I think a lot of people do. I actually don't. I might think that the author, I haven't heard of the author, or maybe I've read bad books by the author, or maybe the book doesn't sound amazing, but it sounds slightly interesting. And I buy the book mostly because of the cover. I actually never buy a book just because of the cover. I don't do that. I might actually. I think sometimes I actually might go to a library and get a book because of the cover, because then there's no money um, lost. But I don't really think I do that with buying. No. Paula's good and asking how Wen is. I thought I had a hiccup and then nothing happened. Um, Wen's on leave until the third. Yeah, until the 13th. So very happy. Reading and building D&D characters. Sounds nice. I think we all do. It's like, ooh, shiny. Yeah, I suppose in a way. What I did actually do though, I did once. I bought a book not because of the cover, but like, yeah, the cover was also beautiful. And then, as a lot of people, I sometimes go through my shelves and um, give books uh, to little free libraries and give them away and whatnot. And I did have a book that I did DNF it, but I did keep it for some years because the cover was so beautiful. And like it was at like the back of my shelf and whatnot. But after a while, I did also give it away because you need space. And sounds perfect when, yeah, I would say it is. Yeah, let's get into the first sprint. Um, yeah, I suppose maybe do you want to have a long sprint? I mean, I usually do the same same minutes of sprints. Do you want to have like a hour on dot? Do we want to do a long one? Do we have any opinions? Or does then a regular 72 for me? I suppose I feel it feels a bit maybe a bit haphazard to never change. Well, I do change it sometimes, my timer for sprints. You know what? I'm just gonna do the first sprint, the regular time, and then we can change throughout the day. Oh, me a moment. Hide. There. Happy sprinting. Där. We're back, and I'm in the dark. Or in the very light. Yeah, it's sunny. You know what? I'm gonna fix that. Better? Yeah, better. Good. Still a bit. Oh, yeah, because of that window. You know what? I'm just gonna stay here, and that's gonna be that window we can have open, can't we? Yeah. So, yeah, what did I do this sprint? I finished my cup of tea. The first cup of tea of the day is raspberry and pomegranate, which honestly, I feel like smells very good. Doesn't taste that good. But with me, sometimes I kind of very much like the tea from the smell. That I don't really like. Sometimes, I mean, just sitting there with a cup of tea, just smelling it, it's kind of half the fun. At least I feel like. Some people say that they feel like that coffee smells great, and I'm like, not really. But tea often just smells so good. But yeah, what did I do other than that? I finished the first chapter of Vampire Academy, and it's just so nice to be back in this world. And I mean, sometimes when you reread books after a lot of years, you reread it, and then it's suddenly like, oh, now I'm not into this at all. But I'm still so much into it. I'm still like, still here for it, still loving it so much. So yeah, I finished the first chapter of it. You might think, what happened? I'm doing the first chapter. Well, at least I did the first chapter, so I haven't used a bookmark. With me, sometimes if I read one chapter, I just kind of remember the chapter I was in, and then I don't use a bookmark for it. But yeah, and okay, yeah. So I know that I said, of course, you don't have to read this for participating. But you know what? I'm just gonna read aloud to you the first sentence because I love it so much. It's also atmospheric. It just tells you what you're gonna get, and it's yeah. Okay, so and it's also kind of nice that it just says one. There's not like chapter one. It's just one, and then you don't really see what's happening or whatnot. It's just one. Then it starts. I felt her before I heard her screams. And it's just so evocative. I suppose it kind of seems a bit horror like before I heard her screams. What's going on? You're just so curious. Like her screams? What's going on? And it's just yeah, I love it. And then it goes on, and then I mean, yeah, it's just so good. Also, I was kind of inspired because Molidot, internet friend of mine, is doing all the languages all the time, learning so many languages. And I do know Spanish. I do have this in Spanish. I did try to read it in Spanish 10 years ago, and then I stopped quickly because it's scary. I mean, even though sí puedo entender español, puedo hablar, puedo sí una vez tenía un largo conversación. Sorry. So my Spanish, it's not awful, I suppose. It's kind of in the middle. Like, of course, Norwegian is my first language. Then we have English, second language. I use it all the time. It's pretty good. And Spanish, I mean, I did live in Chile, and I did have it in school after that. Uh, but like, I haven't lived. Well, okay, lived and lived. I went for 2 months in Argentina some years ago also. But again, I didn't. I haven't really been deep into the culture since I lived in Chile. And like even then, it was my first encounter. I feel like you kind of should live a place that uses language several years to really get into it. But then again, yeah, I do like I can understand like Spanish, like I can watch I have actually watched some Spanish skits online and whatnot. I sometimes have watched people, yeah, videos in Spanish. And I have actually seen some movies in Spanish. But I suppose in a way it kind of seems a bit different to read the book in Spanish. I suppose it's kind of different when you read than when you watch and hear, listen. I don't know. But I decided I read the first chapter in the English one. Let's read the first chapter in the Spanish one. Crazy me. I don't know. I mean, I do have it in it. I suppose it's a good way to do it. Like one chapter here, one chapter there. I can have like very recently in my mind how it is in English, so it's easier to do the Spanish one. Uh, yeah. Though I did not get through the first chapter in the Spanish one because what happened? Discord, Instagram. I was kind of distracted by all the things. But I did get a few pages into here. So yeah, I feel like the next sprint I'm gonna finish the first chapter here. And yeah. And I feel like then I might finish another chapter here. I'm thinking that today. I think I might do maybe 3 chapters. Not sure how long I'm gonna okay, I'm gonna sprint for quite a long time, I feel like today. But like it's not like I have to read these books or this book, the whole sprint. I can change to another book. That's possible. So yeah. Let's see what happened with everyone else. If you read some nice books and did some good stuff. Blah 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 blah. And then yeah. We have me saying Tribit in 8 minutes. And then we have Happy Sunday from Wiki. Happy Sunday, Wiki. Paula got up, then got partway through chapter 3 of Vampire Academy. Nice. Did you start it before today, or did you just read all the first 3 chapters? I suppose it is kind of, the chapters are kind of short, so I suppose if you're just sitting there reading and not doing everything else, that is possible to do it that way. You have to turn up your mic slightly. Oh, when you lean out of the lights. Oh, yeah, I actually don't really have a mic, or, okay, to be precise, I have a mic. I bought it last year, 2 years ago, last year, and then I haven't figured out how to use it. Like, I tried to use it and I can't figure out how to use it. So yeah, I'm gonna try to fix that. I'm just forgetting about doing it, yeah. But I do want to try to fix it, hopefully this year, and learn how to use it. It's kind of fun having a mic and then forgetting about it or not using it. I mean, it wasn't that expensive, but yeah. It's surprising me that the film is more accurate than the series so far. Yeah, the series kind of steered a bit away from the first book in a way. It did. But I would, yeah, in terms of the adaptation, yeah, I get what you're saying. Hi, Wiki from Poland. When made coffee and breakfast and managed to read about 45 pages of the arc. Nice. 45 pages and also breakfast. Good for a sprint. And then Vicky saying hi to Paula. Hi, Vicky. From when? And hi, when? I'm immersing reading it, so I can read it quicker as I don't get as distracted. Suppose, yeah, if you're doing it that way, yeah. But I've never done it in audio. Like nowadays, I do a lot of audio. Yeah, audio for me actually started kind of after I did the Vampire Academy books. Like, well, I suppose after I started. I'm kind of curious how. I'm just kind of thinking if I have it like on my app in audio. 'Cause that could be interesting. Is the narrator good in audio? Is it like no, it's not on there. I suppose I could double check. Made. Mm, how am I just watching? Sorry. No, doesn't seem to be on my app. But yeah, fun. On Spotify. Okay. Audio is good so far. Nice. Well, I suppose can it be good in the beginning and bad afterwards? Well, I suppose if it's sometimes again. I feel like if the audio is good, it's good all the way through, really. Again, at least with me, sometimes I start a book, and then I and then I what's the word again? And then I yeah, like because me often when I DNF a book on audio, it's because of the voice of the narrator. I just kind of it's a voice that's sometimes it's just relaxing, and but sometimes it like the voice is so relaxing I kind of fall asleep listening to it. Like I don't read audiobook to fall asleep. I read them to read them. So yeah, that would kind of not work for me. But also sometimes, and I get like if I listen to 2 minutes, I feel like oh, this a good enough voice, and then I listen on. It's like you know what, the voice is kind of nagging me. But I feel like if I've finished the first chapter, I feel like that's when I know if I'm gonna finish the audio or not. Really. So yeah, but I suppose people are different that way. Uh, yeah. And that's where the chat has stopped. Yeah. Shall we just go into another sprint? Yeah, why not? Just read more. Read on. Yeah, we'll just do the same time. And happy sprinting. And we're back. So yeah, that sprint, I finished the second chapter. Yeah, still enjoying it so much. It's kind of fun, like being back in this world because, yeah, as I said before, I'm just loving it so much. But also, I'm kind of mixing between reading and just enjoying it and just being so happy to be back in this world. But also, but also shutting the book and just walking around smiling because it's just so nice to be back in this world. And I don't know, I suppose it's kind of like one of those times when you hear a book and you want to read it, but then you just want to stare at it because you don't want to start to read it. You just want to think and savor it. And yeah, I'm just loving it so much. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I finished the second chapter in English. And yeah, I continued. I mean, sometimes I don't continue these ridiculous ideas, these crazy ideas, but yeah, I continued with the second chapter in Spanish. So yeah, I'm continuing with this tandem reading, and yeah, it is kind of fun. And I suppose I think like maybe the thing that I did wrong the last time I tried to read it in Spanish, I just read it in Spanish. And now reading it in English and then Spanish makes it easier to kind of uh, I have the I have the plot in the back of my mind, well, in the front of my mind actually, and maybe for some reason I'm better in Spanish now than last time. I think I actually tried to read this in Spanish last like 12 years ago, 11 years ago, a long time ago. So supongo que mi español es un diferente nivel. No lo sé. Yeah, I don't know. I just went into Spanish there because it's about Spanish. Yeah. I mean, Moldot could have understood me, but if you didn't, don't worry. It's just an offshoot sentence. But yeah, I'm still also having breaks where I go into Instagram and Discord. Also, kind of funny. So I'm doing a readathon this year on Romanzopoly, which is a readathon where you just, I mean, you have prompts, but the main prompt is that, or the main theme is that you read romance books throughout the year, and you can read within different genres and whatnot. There's no points. At least I don't believe there's points. I might be wrong, but yeah. And then you have a Discord. You also have a like Notion page, but I'm like, Notion. You know what? I don't want. I mean, yes, you can, but I'm kind of tired of that. How like there's 1,000 or probably more pages where you can register and like so many places to do the social media ish thing or like where you can yeah honestly for me it's just kind of too many people places to be in the crowd and sign up to. So yeah, I'm not doing Notion either. Like I'm not doing Voxer, which I feel like it's not really that common either. I suppose depending on where you are or whatnot. I feel like for me, Discord and Instagram and YouTube is the places to be. Really, that's where I'm at. Really. So yeah. But yeah. Also yeah. Why I talked about that. So in the Discord for Romanzopoly, I was doing like being in different chats, talking about the books and whatnot. And then for some reason we had like a discussion about YA books. Like YA books, can they have smarts? Can they have like what like can they have a bit of sex or is like no sex? Like how do you define YA book? Like is a YA book just a book with no sex scenes in them? And then I kind of went back to I mentioned in that conversation that I actually remember sometimes it's just kind of fun to think about that I read an interview some years ago with a Norwegian author and saying that he was kind of annoyed at COVID. I mean, of all things, but like because he usually wrote contemporary books, and he felt like he couldn't write a contemporary book in during COVID because he wrote for teens, and because teens think about sex, teens go to parks to make out and French kiss and stuff like that, and he had those things in his books. But he felt like if he's going to set it in 2020, he couldn't because of the restrictions and whatnot. But then he didn't want to set it in an alternative world because he wanted to write about the world that you have today. So that's just kind of funny because I feel like every time I feel like in my head I feel like every time at least like in English mm, book book environments or like in American and British YA books, there's like never any sex, or there might be some talks about sex, but like even like I feel like even if like you might talk about sex, it's like this mention of sex, we're gonna ban the book, so they can't do those kind of stuff. Well, in Norway, it happens. Though I suppose also the Norwegian market is completely different as well. I feel like also like how you define if a book is YA, middle grade, or adults. I suppose you could say the reasons are like a YA book doesn't have sex, doesn't have swearing, and not too violent. But like then you have the Hunger Games, which yes, no sex scenes, but like people are dying and killed and they're in their teens, but it's still for YA audience. So I feel like that kind of whole talk about what is an age group or like what how you define books. I feel like it's kind of a big conversation in a way. But yeah, also the question I mentioned in the Discord about the Norwegian author who talks about that. I got someone who asked me for Norwegian book recommendation because they were learning Norwegian. I was like, cool, fun. You're out there on Discord in the book world learning Norwegian. I mean, I know Moldot, well, Moldot is learning Swedish. And I know some people here and there say, like, oh, Norwegian, could be fun to learn a bit Norwegian. But yeah, people generally wanting Norwegian book recommendations, like, oh, fun, fun. The sad thing was kind of like, do I know any Norwegian book recommendations? I had to think a bit about it, but I did remember some books because they wanted to learn reading Norwegian, but not like read kids' books because often when you're learning a language, you're supposed to read kids' books because it's easier. But I suppose after a while, you would kind of maybe get bored of reading kids' books. So yeah, I did give I did give them some recommendations in the end. So yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Also, I fixed some lunch, though I put it in the refrigerator, in the microwave, or as Nigel would say, the microwave. That clip is just so good. No, but yeah. So I have lunch on the way, but it's still a bit warm, so probably gonna eat it in the next sprint. So yeah, let's see what's happened in the chat. I know some things happened in the chat. So there's more things to talk about there. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. We have Mulbot saying hi or hey, because hey is Norwegian for hi. I mean, I feel like sometimes people talk about how I only know Norwegian, I only know English, I don't know other languages. Languages are so difficult. Mm, depends. Some things are actually quite similar. Like a lot of things are similar in other languages. Like in English, hello, hi. In Norwegian, it's hi, but with a new letter, hey instead of hi. And I feel like sometimes you say hey also in English. It's kind of more like hey, 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 hey you. Well, in Norwegian, it's hi. It's hey. It's not like hey. But yeah. Molodot is playing games with Irish on the radio. Nice. And then hi to Molly, hi to Molly. And then not used to radio. There's a song that I don't like. Keep getting the urge to skip forward. I suppose nowadays you often listen to playlists and stuff that you can just skip forward to, but on radio you can't. I still listen to radio actually. I like it. It said in the chat that I listen to radio. I was about to say all the time. I suppose yes. I don't listen to radio all the time because like some of the things I listen to are podcasts or like radio episodes, but I just listen to them afterwards. So podcast in a way. But I do also listen to radio sometimes. So I have some nice radio channels I listen to. And then I said you can mute it. That's what I do. If I don't like the song, I'm just mute it or just put down the volume and then put it up again. I suppose, yeah. The radio is part of my curriculum. 50 minutes once a week because I don't want too many daily goals. That's my third or fourth time this week. Nice. And then would struggle with the radio as I skip songs, on specific songs sometimes, and have them on repeat. As Paula said, I suppose, yeah, that is kind of struggle in a way. The down point with radio. Was afraid to forget to unmute. I get that. Yeah, I do get that. I could have turned the volume down though. I mean, yeah, you could just turn it down, not like completely, but just turn it slower. So that's because then you can hear when the song's finished. And yeah, me, I love listening to the radio. Though yes, probably listen more to radio podcasts than radio, but do both. And then Luna saying, "Hi Renee, gott nyttår," which is Norwegian for Happy New Year. And for, yeah, I suppose kind of interesting language-wise, we say gott nyttår, a good New Year. It's kind of weird why you would. I suppose you don't want a bad New Year, but in English you say a happy New Year. Yeah, I mean language, interesting. And then saying it back. Currently reading The Peonies on the Edge of the World by Catherine Monroe. It's non-fiction. It's about Shetland, the nature there, and of course the ponies. I don't know why I said peonies. It's ponies and life there. So yeah, I did mention that I was going to talk about Shetland because of this in the chats when we came back and talk. Yeah. So Shetland, I have mixed feelings about. So I mean, you have Shetland, the crime series, which I kind of enjoy and like. But yeah, I was actually in Shetland years ago, on a vacation. It was a summer vacation, but it's Shetland, so I suppose you would kind of expect it not to be that warm. But yeah, I was there with my family, and yeah, as I said before, I've traveled a lot in my life. I've been a lot of places. Like every summer, we would go somewhere. Most of the time, we would go somewhere abroad. Not all the time, but most of the time, we do that. I've been to Spain. I've been to France. I've been to lots of countries in Europe, well, in the world also. But yeah, and yeah, one summer, my parents, because they often always tired, we went on a cruise that went, or cruise slash big ship. I feel like it's a cruise that went to first Shetland and then the Faroe Islands. So I think we were like away for like maybe a whole month, maybe whole month, 5 weeks, something like that. And honestly, it's the most boring vacation of my life. I people say that they feel like Shetland is so beautiful and Faroe Islands is so beautiful. No, in my mind, no. Like they don't really have any trees, which I suppose just kind of weird, at least in my mind. And it's kind of flat, and yeah, I was just bored. I mean, I remember reading good books that summer, so that was nice. But it was cold and cloudy and rainy, and yeah, no. Not that like I mean Shetland is awful, but just my experience with it as like a vacation country. No, no. Sorry, that's me ranting, but yeah. Ponies! All that says. And then gott nyttår, both of you. Nice. And then, yeah, me is teasing. The radio is off now. Another song I wasn't keen on. About 15 minutes, it's up. So bye bye, song. Yeah, if you just listen to 15 minutes, you could stop off that. And then some Irish. Yeah. Something. My dear Moldot. And then I don't know Irish. I'm not gonna try. I don't know reasons, the rules. So yeah. Looking at flights for Ireland for Easter, but there aren't many and they're expensive. Yeah, no fun. I suppose, aren't you going to Manchester? So Manchester and Ireland could be a lot. I know you know me. And then Mulot. Yeah, I mean you want visitors, don't you? Chatty bit in turn. Mulot. No flights from Oslo to Dublin with Norwegian, so they're not going. Yeah, you can't be going all the time. I get that. That's a pity. And then me saying Chadibot bit into, and Luna jumped. Oh, because I uh, put on sound. Yes, was some people have like sound on during the sprints. I don't, so like it goes from silent to like high, which could make you a bit scared, I suppose. Vic is reading A Chef of Nobunga, a fan translation. Interesting. At page 142 and enjoying it. Nice, nice, nice. I mean, good you're enjoying it. I think I'm gonna send you a message and just ask you details. Like, I want to know, like, are you enjoying all the characters or some of the characters, or how are you feeling? It's just, yeah, nice. Hoping to make it 30% today, and then finish the sprints tomorrow. Oh, so yeah, why not? It's not a big book, so yeah. I mean, even though we did say we're gonna do one book each month, I mean, you can just finish it in the beginning of the month, and then I mean, we can still have some sprints later, and people can read it whenever. And I mean, why not? Why not? I was also a bit scared, like earlier when I'm reading in this chapter two. It's like, oh, did I react in a way that like might make give away spoiler? But then I thought, well, Paula has already seen the movie, so you know the plot for the first book. The plot for the first book and the movie is actually quite similar, just so you know. Uh, there's some differences, but most of it is similar. And then, of course, both season two, well, both the TV series and the movie didn't go to season two because reasons. So I suppose book two and three and onward you would know about. I suppose you don't have you like Googled spoilers for the whole series? Curious, but yeah. Booked at Holder Oslo for my friend's 50th birthday in April. Nice. Also booked a weekend pass for Oslo Vegetarian and if Mary. Oh yeah, the festival. Yeah, nice. I've been thinking about going there this year, but I also want to go to Norcon. So I suppose I could go both times. I suppose I could go both times. I'll have to think about it. And do you know what? Pretty sure I'm going to Norcon, so I have to think. I did originally think that I was going to go to these concerts in. There's one concert in February, The Cooks, which I love their songs for like 20 years ago, but yeah, I love their songs and really thought about going. And then turns out I fought too long and now the tickets are sold out, which I suppose happens when you wait too long. And then I also thought of going to a concert, well, because that was in Oslo, and there's a concert closer to me. I checked out the tickets, like, oh, that's expensive. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And then also another concert that will also sound fun, but like, oh no, that's also expensive. So yeah, things be expensive. Definitely be expensive. I do know actually that there's a Norwegian stand-up comedian who's coming here in April, I believe. It's coming this spring. I'm thinking I might go for that because he's coming, I mean, just down the road for me, so it's don't have to pay any travel or anything. So yeah, might do that at least. But yeah, vegetarian festival, yeah, could be fun. It's been a while since I've been there, and I loved going there in the past. So yeah, could maybe do that. Might do that. Having breakfast, nice. Didn't catch the Spanish you spoke. Okay, well, fine. I know a lot of books with spice, 100%. Yeah. I feel like, yeah, YA often seems to cover teen protagonists, even if a book is written for adults, like Ender's Game. Yeah, at least, like, because I did, uh, I did actually, in case you didn't know, I actually took the library information bachelor's degree, so we learned about uh, different genres and readers and whatnot. And we learned there, at least I feel like we learned there that um, how you define uh, uh, a book. Like a book is, it can't be like, you can't say that because a 14-year-old read Lord of the Rings. It's a YA book. The book, yeah, it's also like it's a context, yeah, but if also it's also like who it's written for. If the author thinks this is a YA book and writing it for a YA audience, then it's a YA book. But if the author says this is not YA books, like I read Bridget Jones when I was 15, but you still can't say it's a YA book. Like it's not just who the reader is; it's also lots of things really. It's yeah, the context, the yeah, and also like the age of the characters, and yeah, there aren't so many Norwegian books with simple text. I would also recommend Klar Tale. Yeah, I suppose you could, but also I feel like kind of depends on like how far you are in your reading journey, because the person talked about having read HP in Norwegian or not wanting to read HP. I don't remember, but yeah. So I feel like I mean after a while you could read like there are some authors that don't read that write that difficult really. And I suppose you could always just check out Niami and Pondus, but like I mean, if you've gotten a certain point in your language journey, you could probably read easier Norwegian books. Not all the books are Jon Fosse. So yeah. I pronounce hey differently from you, Renee. I mean, we have different dialects, so that wouldn't be weird. That's yeah, normal. Finnish is hey too, pronounced the same as Norwegian. I sometimes use hey in English. It's more casual than hi, in my opinion. Can you say? Well, I suppose, as I said, you can. I mean, hey, hey. I mean, you have that song and different. Yeah, you do use hey in English as well. I mean, in English you have hey, hi, hello. I suppose also we do that in English also. We have hello, hey, hey, son. Yeah, so you have, I suppose, lots of language has different versions of it. I wish that I had turned the song down. It's piercing and my head is at me. Ah. That's annoying. It's annoying. I thought Finnish was hey, Page. I can't speak Finnish. Loved Wisdom Segment. Yeah, I mean, we are different. We can't all be the same. Finnish doesn't end words with J. It's both for Swedish hey, but it's spelled hey. Oh, okay. Interesting. A Finnish word. I can't read Finnish. Who's going to Manchester? Wasn't you? Or weren't you talking about going to Manchester, Luna? Or did I think mistake? I'm not sure. Norcon falls on work week, so we won't be able to go this way. Yeah. Moi moi. Yeah. Of course, Lord of the Rings isn't YA. I read it at 11. Yeah. I mean, as I said, I read books at like I read Bridget Jones when I was a teen. I still wouldn't say it's a YA book, even though it doesn't have sex scenes in it. But I mean, it's a. I feel like if a book, it's all about the character's age, but also like their goals and also the language, like how difficult is the language. But yeah, another pity, Luna, regarding Norcon. Yeah, I mean it's yearly, so you can go another year really. Plenty of books with teen protagonists that aren't YA books. Yeah, yeah, I suppose you could also. I feel like why I think you used to at least more say there's teen and there's YA, but I think now you often just talk about YA books. But I feel like YA stands for young adults. So that could be a book where someone is 20, 21, 22. While teen, it's kind of in the name, really. I'm going to reread Lord of the Rings this year. Going to London in about a month. Okay, yeah, it's London. It wasn't Manchester. I thought it was. Sorry, sorry. It's another Finnish greeting. Oh, fun. And that's where the chat ends. It looks like there's a lot of chats. I feel like sometimes the chat bubble looks like there's lots of chats, and then suddenly they're away. And yeah, let's do another sprint. I need to put the food in my stomach. I'm hungry now. So yeah. Oh, And there we have people things happening. We need to arrange to meet up, Luna. Tend to visit London on my own, Ireland with my partner. Mm. We couldn't stay in Dublin, though, as we would visit family in Sligo. Yeah. I'm thinking of Tiger Eyes by Judy Blume. It has sex, but it's mostly about decisions around the first time, as far as I remember. Yeah, definitely teen YA. Yeah. We're planning something in Hermes Discord. Nice, nice, nice. Fun. I want to go to London, but it's expensive. I suppose I could, but at first I would really need to learn to buy less books and save more. I mean, I suppose I could. I mean, I have a friend who doesn't have that much more money than I do, but she travels more. I suppose she's just better at saving. I don't know. Maybe she just travels and then I don't know. For me, I feel like if I want to travel someplace, I would kind of want to have some pocket money. I don't really, and also like things happen, and then suddenly, if you just have money for the the flights and the hotel, but you don't really have any money for shopping, it's like kind of boring. You want to have some spending money. Also, you need some spending money. I mean, at least you need money for food. But also, what if something happens and yeah, I don't know. But also, yeah, I am hungry. We're gonna go into the next sprint. Ba-ba-da-bum. Happy reading or eating or whatever you're doing. And we're back. So yeah, that sprint I had my lunch. It was leftover rice with some sauce and chickpeas. Me always gonna have chickpeas, but it's tasty, you know. And yeah, good. So yeah, I did that, and then I read. I finished chapter. No, what chapter am I on now? Just a bit. Yeah, I finished chapter 3 in English. I started chapter 3 in Spanish. And then I have started actually also chapter 4 in English. So honestly, right now, yeah, as I said before, I'm loving being back. Oh, being back in this world. This is the book that I'm reading. I was quick to show it, but yeah, it's a reread for me. I love it so much. But also, yeah, right now, I'm at the beginning of chapter 4, and I'm feeling the feels. No, I suppose right now it is blah 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 blah. No, that's not that point. But yeah, but also I suppose kind of in the point where I'm at in the Spanish version. Yes, I'm reading it in English and Spanish tandemly. So at the point where I'm at right now in chapter 3 in the Spanish version, things are happening, and it makes me think of what happens in the later books, which I suppose is kind of the curse of when you reread stuff. And I thought I was prepared. I thought it would be good, but now I'm just like, "Ah, I have the feels." I mean, this might seem spoilerish, but I'm not saying in I'm not giving context as to what character is making me feel this way. But yeah, I have feelings. Maybe I can't reread them because I just keep on thinking what's going to happen in season in episode in book 2, which yeah, book 2 things really happen. Breathe, Renee, breathe. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, other than that, I also went a bit to Discord and Instagram. I added some new people on Instagram from the Romanceopoly readathon. The people are sharing the links, and I've added some people on Storygraph. So yeah, I mean, starting this new year with adding lots of people and joining lots of stuff, and yeah, it is fun. And I'm also enjoying this cup of tea. It is a berry clipper with berries. One of my favorites. It's just such a great smell, but also such a great taste, and yeah, I love it. What was I about to say? Something like that. Yeah. Also, kind of curious. As a kind of general question. I mean, question. I mean, this is the first Sunday in the year. It was kind of fun. Like someone tagged me yesterday on Instagram, and like said like post your first read of the year. And I'm like, you're a bit late tagging me now for this because I've been reading lots of books. Like, yes, currently I'm reading this. I suppose, can you say I'm reading one book? It's one book, two languages. It's two books. Anyway, I'm reading this story, which this would be this would be my fifth book of the year. This is sixth book of the year. So yeah, I have read a lot really so far this year. But I suppose so far I've read like yesterday I finished two books. And yeah, so far I've finished quite a few books. I haven't really started that many new books. But I did actually start this book on Tuesday, on the 1st. So this is the first book that I have started and finished this year. I'm going to do a book review of it because I have thoughts. But yeah, in short, it's a non-fiction feminist book. It's short. It is just like 90 pages. So if you want something quick, pick up this book, and I'll give more thoughts in a video with you with something I'll be doing tomorrow. I'll be doing that. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, my question is, how's your reading year going? Have you started any books so far? Have you finished any books? Do you know what you're gonna finish? I'll start. Have you been to a library yet? Have you been to a bookstore yet? I went on. Yeah, I feel like I did pass. I went. No, I didn't. I went on Friday. Yeah, on Friday I actually used gift card. So I actually have bought some new books, but it's a gift card. Actually, I actually haven't bought like any books like completely with my own money. But also, you know what? I'm gonna do a book haul soon, so you'll see it then. I'm not gonna show you until then. But yeah, I have two new books just to tease you there that I've got this year, and then there's some on in a whale, in a whale, in a way on in a mail. So that's fun. But yeah, I mean, I do still want to not buy that many books this year and concentrate on the ones I have. And yeah, let's see how that project happens. But I want to try. And yeah, let's see what happened in the chat. Things have been going on. Blah, 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 blah. We have Mullirat saying, hope to get Dublin this year. Haven't been for more than halfway in a few years. Always wanted to go to Dublin. My grandma was from Dublin. Your grandma was from Dublin, but you was supposed maybe did your grandma move to England? Because like if your grandma was from somewhere, why didn't you visit? Kind of curious, but I suppose could be reasons there. Backstory. Let me know if you do, and then you make L too. I'm from Dublin myself. I hope to get to my head to get a bit about to-dos and pile of possibility tasks and start one of them. Sounds like a nice plan. We'll definitely have some days in Dublin when we are there for Christmas, will not? Nice, nice. You have nice plans for your Christmas. You already think about Christmas, Luna? But I suppose when you're buying when you're buying flights, you need to plan early and whatnot. And then Moldart, yeah. And then Kyla, hello, just joined, doing some editing and getting further in my Danme novel tonight. Sounds nice. And then I said hi, hello, chatty bitches. Paula got 65%. Nice, nice. That's a lot. Kyla just had stew for lunch. It snowed this morning. Ooh, nice snow. It's cold right where I am, and it's sunny, but there is no snow. Looks to be a bit frosty, but no snow. It's not really often that much snow here now, so yeah. Going to game now? Sounds nice. Stew is amazing, especially when it's cold. Yeah, it's tasty and good. Had lunch, hummus and pita bread. Booked a trip to Gothenburg for Easter and puzzled a bit. Nice sprint. Never read Vampire Academy. Think I've seen the movie. It's one of my all-time favorite books. It's one of Paula's favorite movies, but she hasn't read the books. I know. So yeah, we're doing a read along. In case you didn't know, read along of the series. So one book each month. So yeah, January it's Vampire Academy, the first book, and I decided to read it both in English and Spanish because I'm extra, because I can, because why not? And yeah, I'm enjoying it so much. Like for me, Vampire Academy, it's very much one of those books that like have everything. I mean, some books are very romantic, some books are very funny, some books have a lot of plots, a lot of world building. This has everything. And I'm just devouring it right now and just reading it and then just kind of taking it in and just enjoying it so much. It's, to me, it's just kind of perfect. I don't like see, oh, this sentence was weird. Oh, this sentence wasn't needed. I feel like every single page, every single word is like perfect and has its place, and it's just Yeah, yeah. I love it so so much. Yeah, it's one of my favorite series. Enjoying it so much. Caught up a little on Discord, looked at friends' photos, updated yesterday's reading story on Xerograph, and then some Lingo Legend. Nice. Have neither seen nor read Vampire Academy. I mean, yeah, the movie came out in like 2012, so it's a long time. And then there was a TV series that also happened that came out last year, 2 years ago, last year, something like that. So yeah, and sadly the TV series was cancelled, and there was just one movie. They actually did the movie on how did this get made, which I feel like the movie wasn't that bad. But yeah, some people say that movie was bad. But yeah, I remember like because I've been reading this series and loving it so long, like before the movie came out. And I remember when I heard that movie was thinking, and like, yes, it's coming. I would just go around so happy knowing that movie was on its way. And then, even though it came out in 2012, so it was around the Twilight era, but for some reason, I suppose probably a bit because like the studio was actually a Weinstein studio, so probably some stuff happened around the back in the background and whatnot. But yeah, they never got the Vampire Academy movie never got um premiere date in Norway. It had a premiere in Sweden, so I actually had a kind of thought of actually going to Sweden to watch it, even though back then I was in my teens. So like I lived where I grew up, which was like all the way in north of Norway. So like north of Norway, down at the bottom in Gothenburg, which would be like completely different places. It would have been a lot. And I think maybe also they also end up not actually premiering either in Sweden or I don't remember. But yeah, I end up getting it on DVD, as you do. It is It's this one. And I also remember because this was like as I said, 20 maybe can maybe 2014 actually it was before I could get a hold of it. And by then we don't really have any DVDs stores near me. So I bought this in a kiosk. But I was so happy to find it like yes, yes. And I do enjoy the movie. I mean, yeah, it's no Twilight. It's not like a classic, but I think it's good. I haven't actually seen it in a little while, but I think we're gonna do a rewatch of it because we're reading the books, reading it. So yeah, yep, I recommend it at least. I don't know if it's gonna be up to everyone's taste, but I recommend the series, book series, so much, and also the TV series was very good. Luna, I'm going to do a watch along in my Discord starting February. Finishing Percy Jackson and watch along first. Oh yeah, you are going to do the watch along, yeah. You can't think you might be doing it. So yeah, fun. Feeling a little lightheaded. Don't know if it's migraine meds, anxiety or something else. Stupid. That's no fun. Hugs. Because that's no fun at all. Second book of the year at the moment, but I'm very into video games the last few days and seeing friends. But, well, not a bad use of your day at all. Seeing friends and not reading. No. If you see friends, that's also very nice. You don't have to have read that many books before. I mean, we haven't really started, like, this week is actually still last year's week. Like, the first week of the year is next, like, it's tomorrow, so completely fine. Completely fine. Finished 3 books so far. Have 9 library books to finish this month, as all become available at the same time. Yeah, typical. You order them in, and then suddenly they're all ready. All the clicks and all ready at the same time. Typical, but nice. Haven't been anywhere due to the flu. Oh, stupid flu. Hugs, Luna. Hugs, hugs. Stupid, stupid flu. I have a big pile of books checked out from public, and I love a little free library since over a month ago. So plenty to read. Nice. Have you eaten hydrated? Yeah, it's a smart thing to say. I mean, if you have a bad headache, drinking might be smart a lot. Hope you feel better soon, Luna. Get well soon, Luna. Molly, take care and lots of hugs. I normally don't watch anything until I read the books. Yeah, I do see the idea there. I do see the thinking there. I do. I've never been to Ireland, but would go sometime as it's just a hop over the pond for me. Yeah. What? It's so close to you. No, sorry, I'm not gonna be mad at you. But yeah, I was there in 2012, so quite a few years ago. But I did love it. I do kind of I do want to go back. It was a very nice place. Give me a moment. There. Also plan to Christmas. We also need to plan Christmas well ahead if we're going to Ireland to make so get time off. Yeah. Well, can you get time off in January for like December? I mean, that's 12, 11 months away. I suppose you could. Okay. We have snow as well. I'm not a fan and have been so happy that there hadn't been any holiday this winter, which is rare. Yeah. I love watching older movies. Didn't know it was a TV show. Yeah, the TV show, like, I feel like it wasn't really what's called, that well marketed. But yeah, Julie Plec behind the Vampire Diaries also produced the TV series. So yeah, 2012 was the year I moved to Finnmark Sandnes. Oh, it's sadness, as you like to call it. Oh, poor people from Sandnes. Oh, I know they call it themselves as well. So Dutch was Rose Hathaway in the movie is legendary. Her sass is incredible. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. It's very good. I think I just missed out on being in the book shows as I aged out teen books around then. I was the House of Night person. I tried House of Nights. I don't really believe I kind of like them. No, I don't love that. I like the House of Night series. Still reread it every now and then. We disagree there. I get my nickname Sassy Malassi from the movie. Yeah, yeah, that's from the movie. Yeah. It was so of its time. I don't think I could reread it now. Yeah. Which video games? Been playing League of Legends and Palia so far this year. Hades 2 and a new Pokemon game. Nice. Thank you. Are they good? They're on my wish list. I have Kyla, but I could do with more, probably. Yeah, I mean, water, drinking, and also eating, never a bad idea. If you don't really feel like eating, take something small. Have a tiny biscuit. Have small bread. Like do something small. It's always good to have a bit. I feel like I'm having a great time with both so far. Hades 2 especially. I'm a big fan of the first game and a big Greek myth legend. Nerd. Sorry, legend. Oh, already asked time off for Christmas. You can do that. Fun, fun. I love Greek mythology and history myself. I think a lot of us are really history nerds here, like me, Paula, and Kyla seems to be into at least Greek mythology, which I feel like often also kind of blends into history also. Thanks, Paula. Highly recommend then, like Paula. Nice, nice. Okay, so that's the end of the comments. That is nice and also kind of fun. I can see right now we have 6 people watching. I suppose the 3 people in the chat and some people watching who's not in the chat. So that's nice. Also half Greek, so there's that too. Oh yeah, yeah, you said that. Nice, nice. Okay, yeah, let's get into new scripts. And we're back. So, yeah, this last sprint, I've just been flying through this book. Well, I mean, flying through the book whole day, but yeah. And also, I've been skipping the Spanish version. Sorry. I mean, sorry, it's just sorry to myself. I'm still at chapter 3 in Spanish version, and I'm currently at chapter. Give me a moment. What the chapter is it? I'm in chapter 9 in the English version, as I said, flying through, but it's just so good. It's so good, so addicting. I still do think I'm gonna read on in the Spanish version, but maybe I'll finish it in English first. Maybe. Also thinking maybe I'll finish this one today. Actually, I just love it so much, so much. I mean, I can still join in tomorrow and other days on Vampire Academy reading sprints. I'll still do reading sprints for everyone else. But yeah, of course, yeah, sprints you can always like, even though there's title of sprints, you can always read wherever. So yeah, and I have other books to read in January, so no issue. I'm just loving it. So where I'm at right in this moment, I'm just gonna give you a hint. Ralph was involved during lessons, and some fire was involved. So yeah, I love that scene. Yeah, honestly, I just love the whole book. So good, so good. Also, I talked a bit to my sister. Well, talked messengers. So, as I said before, I have several sisters. One of them is actually doing a PhD, and then even though she lives 3 hours away from me, her PhD is at a university close to me. So she comes sometimes at this side of the river to have office hours. So she's coming next week. So we decided that she's gonna come here to me tomorrow to hang out. So that's gonna be nice. Uh, to be frank, I also plan to use her for some help because microphone. I kind of want some help with that, and she's got a bit of a head for microphones and stuff like that. More head for that than me, so that's nice. But yeah, we also might see a movie. We both like movies. She's kind of more into documentaries and stuff, but she's also like not anti different movies either, so she could watch other stuff. I suppose I'm not anti documentaries. I just don't really reach for them. So yeah, and she did come here in September and like she saw from my collection. Yes, I still have some DVDs, and they saw like, oh, movie, this movie, this movie, oops, this movie. So yeah, that was fun. It also has gotten a bit colder right now, so that's nice. I mean, I have both ovens on, but also I'm inside, so I'm not really wearing a jumper. Maybe I should take on a jumper. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. So yeah. Let's see how everyone else sprint went. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. We have Kyla asking, what's everyone's time zones out of curiosity? Wondering when is a good time for me to start doing sprints on my channel later this month. Nice, nice, nice. I suppose you could always do them wherever because there's book people all over the world. But I feel like, yeah, a lot of the people in my chats, a lot of the regulars here are people from the from Europe. So yeah, so we have the same time zone ish. So yeah. And then we have Paula, GMT, BST, British Standard Time, probably, yeah. And then me, CET, Central European Time. We're an hour ahead of the UK. GMT, this part of the year, I mean, yeah, you have time changes and whatnot. And yeah, asking BST, British Summertime. CET, this time of year. Yeah, that's right. I miss you being in summer. Yeah, same. Not a big fan of winter. I read some transmission, skipping a few pages, because I'm squeamish about surgery. Transmission. So the book is about what is transmission about? Is it about people having surgeries? Curious. But yeah, of course, skip things if you don't want to read. I think spring and autumn are favorite seasons as they aren't too cold or too hot. Yeah, I used to say that my favorite season was summer because it's so nice with summer and the all the sun and whatnot. But I suppose also like I love the summers. At least in my childhood, there was just mosquitoes everywhere. But I do suppose it depends on like where you are in Norway. Also where you are in the world. But yeah, I suppose with me, I feel like summer/spring is kind of nice. It is. I do, of course, I do very much like the colors on the trees in the fall. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like all the seasons are nice. But I suppose yeah, winter is the worst really because it can just be so cold. Played a game, going to work out and next sprint. Nice. Autumn can be cold, wet, miserable. Ah, winter is more miserable than autumn, but yeah. I like the autumn because the leaves changing color. I agree there. This sprint, I managed to set up my Discord server. Oh, you're gonna have a Discord as well. Everyone's having a Discord. I have thought about it, but at the same time, like a lot of people that I follow and like have contact with already have Discords. I don't know if I'm gonna make my own Discord. I suppose in the future, I mean, never say never. But I don't know. For example, like if I'm gonna post about a good cup of tea or post about a good book, then I'm probably will post it in Paula's Discord. I might post in Livia's Discord. And then if I have my own Discord, I will just post the same thing in like 10 different Discords. I don't know, is that spammy? But then again, I suppose not everyone. Uh, I mean, some people could join my Discord that wouldn't be in Livia's Discord. It's not like it's going to be a circle, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, who knows what happened in the future. But fun that Luna's doing it. Exciting. Yeah, fun. I love autumn aesthetically, but I don't like the darkness. A lot of people focus on creepy stuff. Halloween and stuff. Yeah. Mm. You mean early autumn, Paula? Trees change in early autumn. At some point, they're all gone, and the trees are bare. True, true. After a while, they're just gone. Naked, naked trees. True, true. Yeah, early autumn. Plan to message a friend in next sprint. Then maybe a small physical thing in the kitchen. Sounds nice. Think I'm done for the day. No more willpower left. Oh, willpower. That sounds dramatic. But yeah, I mean, you've been here for many hours, so I mean that is understandable. It is. Here it's -6, but feels like -12. Yeah, you know what? Let's check out what it is here. To be precise, I am curious. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum. It's -5 here. So, yeah, it is. That is cold. Time zone is -6. You're overnight. My, what is -6 time zone? Okay, interesting. Didn't read Ninth House as one society's magic is based on surgery as divination. Okay, the context. Oh, okay. Transmission is a trans guy's memoir plus some trans info. Okay. Well, yeah, I suppose it kind of is in the name, kind of logical. Sounds like a good book. Hmm. Too late, already said it, get in the ninth. Oh, that's what you said. Don't read Ninth House. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I kind of felt like Nine House wasn't for me at all. It was kind of very much very horror aspecty, and didn't really like it. I'm in Eastern Norway and I here the autumn can be very wet and miserable. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah. Of course, the autumn isn't the same everywhere. Wherever you go in Norway, it's different. It is. True. True. Creepy stuff is all year round to me. Yeah. It's all dark now. 1610. Yeah, it's not all dark, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Yep. Don't mind the year-round interest. It's just too much in October and so much in surrounding months. Yeah. 2 Celsius where I am. Sunset is noticeably later here than just a few weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, things do move about. Things do change. Loved Gideon and Knife. Can't remember surgery stuff at all. Yeah, I actually did a buddy read with Gideon Knives, I think now 2 years ago. I mean, I finished it, but I didn't like it at all. For me, it was kind of like a huge world. It was just I never really understood the world. It was just too complex and horror elements, and I never really got into it. Yeah, yeah, I tried also an audio, but even though the audio narrator was good, yeah, it was kind of fun. Like I did a buddy read, and like I think it was me and like 5 other people, and I was like, read another chapter, it's good. Read another chapter, scary but interesting, and things happening. And other people would say like, read another chapter, loved it. Read another chapter, loved it. And at the end, they're like, okay, I'm gonna buy the second and third book. Need them now. And I'm like, yeah, no. I gave it a good try. This book is going to charity. Like everyone else in the buddy read loved it, and I was like, not for me. But I suppose, I mean, all books can be for everyone, sadly, and that's just how it is, really. Sometimes for me, it kind of feels a bit weird when I read a book or that's hyped. I'm like reading, 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 and like, oh, when am I going to enjoy this book, or when am I going to love this book? And I never do, and I feel like there's something wrong with me. But of course, people are different. Even if some books are loved by everyone, there's no book that everyone's gonna love. So that's just the end all be all of it, really. That's the truth. I love the pun transmission. My quest to be a beard to a beard. Ah, nice. Haven't really noticed a big difference compared to solstice. Sunset was 15:24 today. Listening to the audiobook and love the way the narrator voices Gideon. I mean, I liked the audiobook, but I was still in love with the book. So I mean, it doesn't for me. It doesn't really help if the audiobook is good, if the story itself is confusing and weird and scary. And no, no, no. It's just sadly a book that's not for me really. And yeah, that's the end of the comments. I suppose also you might ask yourself, how long are you gonna sprint today? And you know what? It's fun, and I don't have any plans today. So yeah, I'm gonna sprint at least a few more hours. So yeah, I'm gonna be a bit more. Oh, then we have Kyla. Wonder way to take down Christmas decorations, but now back. Nice. Got Banana Knife as a free ebook for 2 years ago. They usually have a monthly book of the months they gave away for free. Nice. Even a ninth audiobook is so good. Yeah, we're talking about that right now. I did it both on audio and also in physical form 2 years ago as a buddy read. It did not work with me at all. I finished the book, but I was not hyped at all. I did not believe in the hype at all. So like that series is a DNF series for me. I finished the first book, but I'm not continue reading it. It's just too horror, too weird, too much from my opinion, really. But yeah, let's get into a new. Oh, okay. Remember the two or three books I still have Becky Chambers on Mudbot from that. Fun. Fun that you just got free ebooks. Nice. I haven't heard about this at all. Cool. Didn't realize it was Tor. I'm a big fan that we refuse to use tech to limit reading. Yeah, it's very nice to like have things free and not be behind pay gates and whatnot. But yeah, let's do another sprint. There. And happy sprinting. And we're back. So yeah, this sprint, I've been reading and reading and reading and just enjoying it so much. It's an amazing, amazing, amazing book. I love it so much. I'm now at page 196, flying through it. So yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna finishing this book today. It's just so good, so good. Also, it's kind of fun really to reread old series, also reread because this is the first in the whole series. And dialogue at one point talked about something that happened. Well, I suppose I don't know. I don't really know if the author Michelle Mead had planned the whole series, but I suppose so. I don't know if this is purposely. But there's a line that talks about something. I'm not going to say more to avoid spoilers. But there's a line that talks about something that kind of happens in the sixth book. So it's like, oh, that's a fun Easter egg. I mean, I suppose it could be that it could just also just be a joke. But like how the sixth book is written, it's kind of it works and it's so fun. It's nice. It's very fun. And yeah, I'm loving this book. I'm loving this reread. It's so good. And it just, I mean, right now we're in at the part where Alyssa's being a bit cheeky and she's doing stuff she shouldn't, but also things are happening. I'm trying not to be too spoilery here. I don't really know who has, I don't know, no people, not everyone might have started this book and whatnot. But yeah, things are happening. Yeah. I think it's probably soon gonna be the mall scene, so that's also gonna be fun. And yep. Let's see what's happening in the chat. There we have the chat. I know some fun stuff happened. So let's see. We have Luna saying use tech to limit reading. What does that mean? Uh, can't think of the proper words. They don't have stuff to stop you sharing an ebook. Nice. DRM. And then, yeah, reminding myself, I said I would message friend plus tiny kitchen thing. DRM. I mean, yeah, sometimes words difficult to remember. Happens to all of us. I just couldn't think of the term or any of the words in it. Yeah, I mean, it's so annoying when you know what you want to say, but you can't remember like any of the thing that you can't describe it at all. So yeah, kind of annoying. It's weird. Also, yeah, I noticed that a Norwegian actor was dead because I saw online, and I recognized his name, but I don't recognize his portfolio. So that's kind of weird. You know what? I want to do a double check because I'm thinking it could be that guy. It could be another guy. Give me a moment. Am I thinking about the right person? Not that you cared. No, it's not that guy. Interesting. Because he looks to be from a family of actors, but yeah. Okay, so Luna's off, going to game. Have a wonderful rest of your sprints. Hope you have a nice gaming session. Hope your flu goes away, as I said. Thank you. I hope so too. And then Molly joined. Morning for her. And I say hi. Chat a bit. And then Kyla did some tidying in my room and a bit of editing. Nice. Did my workout and had a shower. Nice. Good sprint there. So yeah, that's where the chat is. Shall we go into the next sprint? Yeah, we shall. Because this book is just so good. I want to get back into reading it. I'm devouring it so much. But it's so good. So good. Okay. Yep. See you and Over an hour? And we're back. So this sprint, I actually made dinner because dinner was about time. And yeah, I just ate. I had pasta with ketchup, chickpeas, and then one of those IKEA vegetarian cakes. They have like they have like a store that sells IKEA food. You don't have to go to cafe. So I bought some of that some weeks ago. So yeah, tasty and good. Stuffed and good now. So that's nice. But yeah. So because of that, I put away the book. You put away Vampire Academy. What happened? I need food. Okay, to make food. So first, I listened a bit because I can't go to kitchen and just make stuff. Have to do some reading somehow. So I listened a bit first to Hopelessly Devoted by Audrey Goldberg, I believe the name is. And I'm liking that book, but then I was in the mood for it, which happens. So I switched and have been focusing on just a second. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Triple Sec by T.J. Alexander, which is a contemporary poly romance. I don't know, for my taste, or like I've read some poly books before, but I haven't really read anyone contemporary, so that's gonna be interesting and good. And yeah, I'm liking it so far. So yeah, I also checked out because I'm kind of thinking. I mean, yes, it's fun to sprint and whatnot, but I'm thinking actually next sprint might be the last one. And I took a look because I'm old or like old fashioned. So I took a look at what's on the TV. I look at what's on the channels and whatnot. And I saw that Four Weddings and a Funeral is going tonight. So yeah, kind of want to see that. Still want to see While You Were Sleeping, which I didn't talk about to in a Discord. So was I thinking I might actually do Move because why not? So yeah, I'm thinking that actually next sprint will be a shorter last sprint. I suppose I could have stopped, but yeah, I want to do one last sprint, really. So let's see what happened in the chat. How your sprint went? Ba-ba-da-ba-bye, ba-ba-da-ba-die. Yeah, so we have mhm, yeah, me saying that. I mean, you could finish Vampire Academy today, even though, like, me and Paula's reading it today, and she's saying that she doesn't want to stop reading it. I didn't either, and I said, "Won't stop you." And then she's saying, "Kind of feel like I should actually read it during the last, at least some of the sprints dedicated to it, because you have sprints tomorrow for it." I mean, you could always finish it today and then tomorrow reread like dialogues and cool scenes. That's a way to do it. Or you could like read the whole book several times during the month. No, but I mean, yeah. If you want to savor it a bit, that's up to you. That's fine. It's fine. I mean, I have put it away, so yeah. And I've gotten quite far into it today. I've gotten 200 pages into it. Maybe I'll read more in the Spanish version today, later. Not sure. Not sure. We'll see. Yeah, and say true, you could reread scenes of it, or just read the book a whole month over and over again. It's a great book. And then hi to Molly, who joined. And then YouTube quit on my the missed chat a bit. Yep, on you. Yep. Sadly, 50 minutes until next chat a bit, I said. Silly YouTube. Silly YouTube. And then Moldat saying thank you or tack in Norwegian. Going to allocate some meds now. Have been resisting. But tomorrow will be easier if I do it. Yeah, smart. How you done? The you of tomorrow will thank you, I'm sure. Yes. I mean, so many things that you have to do, like, oh, I don't want to do it. But when it's done, it's so nice that it's done. I mean, yeah. I hope they're grateful. Probably are, I'm thinking. For morning sorted. Remembered I need to plug in my car, so we'll do that. Car plugged in. It's cold out there, but not by Norwegian standards. I mean, where is? I suppose maybe Iceland is probably cold also, I'm thinking. But yeah, chat a bit in 5. Paula, watch some YouTube and add your audiobooks Spotify list. Nice. Going to watch a Discord stream in 25 minutes. She'll probably try reading and nearly up till then. Leaving enough time to make tea. Nice. I can do more med allocation while the film is on. Yes, I mean, multitasking? Why not? It's a good way to do it. Halfway through editing my video. Nice, nice, nice. Good. Probably be gone before the end of next sprint. So goodbye and thank you. I might try your English and immediately Spanish technique with my books. Yeah, I mean, seems like a good way to do it, really, I would say. Got Hermes movie night in 20 minutes, so going to go. And thanks for sprints. Maybe I'll just end here. I mean, because I also want to, not really in the mood to read more right now, at least. I kind of want to, yeah, you know what? Boom, changed my mind. That was the last sprint. But yeah, it's been nice as always. Oh, nice, sorry. It's been lovely as always. And I will see you tomorrow in Paula's sprints, or at least some of you, I'm guessing. At least Paula. And yeah, goodbye for now.